Oh, it is. This is valid. This is nice. Actually, didn't even notice that. 33s. Yeah. Do or die. This is just so fun to watch here. You know, when the volatility picks up, traders play bigger, and makes me happy. Whoop! There it is. All right, let's go here, here. Yeah, stop filled. That's not cool. All right. Really? You're all just disappearing from me? Man, that's not cool. Hey, Simon Ange, what's cracking? Good day to you as well. I hope it's a good day for trading. I love volatility because volatility puts a magnifying glass on the human emotion, and the emotion just gets cranked up. So if you're a good price action trader, oh, you're in Singapore, that's cool. If you're a good price action trader, volatility is a lot of fun. This morning was a tough market. I stayed out until on the E-mini until we were around 38.60. Um, this this area. Well, sorry, I did play T plus 2 for a 10-point bounce. I already forgot. I think I said that I stayed out, but I was actually at a T plus 2 play here. Anyway, it doesn't show on the chart anymore because that's the worst. Sorry about that, man. It happens. Really? Go get all the stops? Is that really how it's gonna work? It's alright. I believe we can fly. The path of pain is up at the moment. Yeah. Anyway, I just bought the T plus 2 pullback in here. Yeah, oh, okay, it's there. There it is, T plus 2 CC. What the heck am I thinking? Yeah, so anyway, I had a long standing little green box here and I scaled all the way in here. Didn't fill everything, but what I did fill was a nice 10. I just took off at 10 points. So it went a lot higher than that. I missed a lot of it. My position was right here. Simon Ange, I have a YouTube, or I'm sorry, a Twitter pinned tweet. And in there, I've got a T plus 2 thread, which, guess what? I'm doing you a favor and opening it. And link in the chat. What? I only filled 2? Really? As soon as I saw this bar pop off the bottom, everybody wanted to be short here into this iceberg. Everybody was wanting to be short. Oh, so funny. You have to appreciate this. You have to be playing a lot and recognize that market makers and traders who do not adapt to the way that the algos are moving it um, just start noticing the difference. This is why I'm totally cool with sharing all my little secrets, because all my dirty little secrets. Because when the market makes changes to how it moves, look at how tight these stops are. Totally cool with that. When the market makes changes to how it moves, most traders don't adapt. They just follow their hard, fast rules. Is that a... What is that? I don't know what that emoji is. It might be a big FU. I don't think it is, but let's see. Let's see if I try to recreate it. I gotta go. Let's see. What is that? If I highlight it. Come on. What are you? Oh, you got this? Oh, okay. It's a you. Well, it's so if you go to like your emoji, whatever, and you highlight over it, the code is colon you got this and colon, right? So, or colon again. So I guess it's you got this. Might be thumbs up. I don't know. Oh, pop it like it's hot. It's all right. We're gonna go. How not to let a position have room and run. Excuse me. Anyway, I gotta go flip these potatoes on the pan here. Right here, 42, 43. All right, that's the stop. Let's go get it. 41.50. There's another one there. 42. Oh, I'll take one off. Shazam! And then we'll keep one up here, just in case. Here, these are useless now. Sorry, I'm not wearing my headphones, so it might sound distant. Ooh, tighten it up. Tighten it up. Look at that. 2 contracts. Who says you can't make money on small contracts? Come on. It's gonna retrace some, huh? Or is it just gonna go? Look at that. Look at the wick. Oh, baby! Pop these stops like it's hot. Right here. Pop it. Oh, come on. Oh, there's stops here. That's okay. All right. We out yet? Anyway, go flip the potatoes. Fill me up, Buttercup. EP13. Come on. Don't be like that. Let's see, footprint. Eh. Eh. Just not interested. Oh, there it is. if we if we expand from here, we're going into 43s. So 8 to 12. Okay. It sucks so much to be short. I could see the pain. It's just, and people are stupidly adding to their position. Okay, I'm out. Come on. Come back up. Oh, really? No interest? I gotta chase. It's okay. We'll lock it in there. We'll come back up. Oh. Sometimes shit is just so obvious. Yeah, we hit the 43s, but I got greedy, right? I actually thought we were gonna hit the 43s and then distribute a little bit. Let's relong it. That's okay. These guys are ruthless. They are ruthless. No, just looking at the footprint, the way the volume built in here. Usually get an 8 to 12 tick expansion, so that's it. Alright, and you're gonna get a new bar printing here because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 at like 41. That's okay. We'll go here, here, and here. Oh, maybe it won't print. I don't know. But anyway, volume node, and then they usually distribute up here. So, and I am looking right here. You really got to watch my live stream from earlier to know what my bias was about the day and how I explained it. Sorry, it's just so funny. I mean, if you're short right now and you're listening to me, just turn it off. Cuz I'm just laughing about this area. Hey, I was almost tempted to short in here as it got down here. Yeah, Simon, I was just pointing out near the close, that this 30.5 area was where institutions were buying, and I was just pointing out how they were doing it. That's all. Sometimes there's a certain footprint left behind in volatility, and I was just able to figure it out based on deltas, and I did a bunch of delta drawings, etc., and just showed folks where they were picking up contracts. So this doesn't surprise me in this area. The algo's turned on, and they might just let it fall through the trend line again. Who knows? Maybe we even make new lows. But there's some tricks that you can deduce from the price action and how it's moving before Japan and China. Often even Hong Kong, but I'm done. I like Japan and China. Right. So how did our market move today, and how are their markets likely going to move? Here, let's. You guys can't see the rest of the screen. Okay, let's right? How's the Nikkei gonna move in light of how we move today, right? Look at how China moves, right? So where's it gonna gap down to? Where is it gonna open? What is the price action gonna be around that area? How's it gonna affect our markets? With that in mind, take a look. I do. I watch both. Yes, it's not an or, it's and. There's a weekly TPO. Stop filled. Oh, you're gonna come all the way back and take me out? That's all right. We're gonna add. Who knows? Watch him. Watch him just come ripping back down. These market makers. You're so vicious in Globex. Hey, Snapples. Here, let's put a little short-term trend line. Hey. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna matter. It's a little too in trend. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go make more food. Hey, Simon. Yeah, just hanging with the fam. Trying to stay connected with the markets while it's popping. Opportunity cost. You walk away at a time like this, and markets don't quite move like this all the time. So far, the previous high has become support, but you know, let's look a little bit more at the structure here. A lot more volume here, huh? Than here. So I would expect some grind, some pullback, maybe more T plus one action. It's gonna act like a magnet. But for now, nice. Nice little flag action here. Consolidating while it pulls back. Undiminishing volume. So let's take a look here. Whoop. Eh, I don't know. Yeah, I see trap traders trading out of desperation both directions. All right, turning the mic off for a second here so I don't chew on mic. Did I have disco on? I'll be right back. I need to get a drink. Adios. Ciao. Arrivederci. Rot. Little rot action. We're going to pop up. Yeah, it looks like a little pop to the upside here. Let's see what the footprint shows us. Absorption, absorption. Delta's in positive territory now. Overall, the session had what, negative 2,700 deltas earlier. Was it like until this moment here, right? We went down 20. Come on. It was around 26, 2,700 down here. And then back up positive, pull back, negative, and now we're in positive to flattish territory on the deltas. But man, they zipped that book around in Globex like nobody's business. Anyway, let's a little too zoomed in, huh? Yeah, that's too zoomed in. Give you some perspective. But oh, taking out all those stops was just a thing of beauty. Like, I just imagine These market makers are just laughing, like maniacally laughing. Look, let's go see how many people we can fuck, essentially. Right on the trend line. And then here, right? So we're gonna see resistance here. Hey, where'd the music go? Oh, finished the whole thing. Okay, let's try this one. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, you can see where it says that. Same as ever. Yeah, I know, Iggy. It's always been that way. But they keep adapt. Look at the pooling. There you go. I don't know if you guys can see the pooling. We'll flatten that one. Close enough. Things have changed with more people using uh, trading programs and with the algos getting smarter. So you can either keep up as a trader or, I don't know, you can try trading different systems. Some of the tried and true stuff, but I don't know. If you listen to me talk, you realize that I think it's all complicated and there's tons of various scenarios that are changing. But certainly a rule of three is one that a lot of people can identify with because you just see the movements, right? Trend lines get pierced almost every time. But, you know, as that becomes mainstream, right? Traders catch on quick and they tell their friends about things they hear. As that becomes mainstream, that'll change too. And I'll be watching for it. Sorry, I'm going to turn my mic off and throw food in my mouth. I have a feeling this is going to be good. Oops. Those ATRs moving down. Just over 4. This would be the nice spot to launch from to the upside. Let's give it a shot. I don't code. Well, our alerts code, our spreadsheets code. Alerts are in indicators, but no, I don't code ASCIL. Ah, jeez, what a struggle sauce here. All right, there you are, screen. Did I get filled at all? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Simon, if you're looking for someone to build you some indicators or something like that, there's a dude on Sierra Chart. His username is Akin, ACKIN. He could probably do something for you. Seems pretty sharp. And then there's another guy, Frederick. Google Frederick and Sierra Chart. Yeah, you mean Akin? That guy has a whole slew of indicators for free that you can download off of his forum. And he's been around a long time. I think some people have issue with him because he's from like Czechoslovakia or something. I was reading old posts. Yeah, Ticino Trader, but we're talking about coders. Ticino mainly uses everything out of box. Well, no. You know, he has Ticino math and all of that. Oh yeah, he does do some coding, but I think a lot of it is based on around selling his Ticino math. But yeah, $2. $2 for chart books. I subscribed to Ticino for a while when I was like early last year. And it's a good value. You know what? I'll probably just resubscribe just to support him. $2. I mean, come on. And the stuff he's got is, you know, I get people asking me for my chart books all the time, right? For $2, you can have some sweet chart books. I mean, look at some of the stuff he has. There. Right. Yeah, okay. Right, check it out. Look at all this stuff. Advanced jigsaw style DOM. There you go. Preview it. Alright, so if you come from that, $2, man, you can get all this. Level 1. Top of book. Best bid ask. All kinds of really cool stuff. Paint bar colors based on relative volume. Come on. Market delta style. Let's see here. Let me scroll down a bit. Look at that. Jigsaw auction Vista style heat map chart book. I'm watching ES here on the right. And watching my P&L too. Here, let's do this. In case we get a failed break. It's only a... Oh wait, what's happening here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, these are... Oh, there you go. Right, let's do that. I think I got that right. There you go. Yeah, I do. Yeah, maybe I don't have enough profit. Trend line. Upside. Oh, we're gonna get stopped here, huh? Or support. Maybe here? Sorry, just managing my sim trade here. Staying sharp. 36. Ah. Back through the trend line. Oh yeah, and then it goes. Okay, so let's see. 46. We'll take one off here. That's fine. Let's see if we get stopped out. And then we'll go back to looking at Ticino Traders. Uber cool and worth it website. Where are you? There you go. So this is sweet. Oh, I failed. And I failed again. I'm flat. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Alright. What else does he have that's super cool? Look at all this cool stuff. Look at this one. Brett Steenbarger adjusted an IC tick chart book for Sierra charts. That is super cool. I downloaded that and looked at it for a while and traded with it. Stupidly cool. You can read about it, right? Read more. Oh. Guess you can't read about it unless you're logged in or level 1 or whatever. Little failure. Look at that. 34. Anyway, Ticino has got some cool, look at that. ES Delta profile charts. That's cool too. Right? Pretty cool. Anyway. Here, let's put this over here. The subscription, what used to be on, gosh, what was that called? Patreon, and he's no longer on Patreon, so he canceled, or just stopped all the subscriptions, right? Because he moved off of Patreon, so um, he didn't keep charging you on Patreon after he moved to another subscription service. So he sent out emails and stuff. But shit, I'm probably gonna go sign up right now, because someone like that who is putting all that work in, even if I'm not using or downloading his chart books for now, I've got a nice setup going. I'll support him, and he might come out with something that blows my mind, you know? Or at the very least, I learn a little bit from how he constructs his chart books and studies and all of that. Yeah, Snapples, it's failure to break out. That's alright. That's why vicious market. Vicious market. But see where I entered. It was a good entry. Decent entry. And that's the key. Anticipating. Getting nice entries. I think that's, over the years, talking to traders, that's where they struggle, man. People struggle with reading the nature of price action before there's actually a technical level that is like, according to classical chart patterns, in the bullish phase, right? Can you see accumulation? And what Linda B. Rashke says about that is that if you get really good trade location, oftentimes you can get out, if you're wrong, around break even, right? So it's a different way to play the game for sure. From a, some folks are, purely breakout traders. So yeah, that's Simon. That's you're saying your entries are really bad. If you're breakout trading, usually that you're chasing a little bit, and then your stop has to be a little bit further down, right, in the safe zone. And so maybe you're getting a higher probability of winning, but usually when you have a higher probability of winning, your losses are then a little bit bigger, so you're sacrificing trade location. So that holy grail is getting in on predefined support, just around it, anticipating a bounce from that area, right? And that's kind of contrary to what a lot of breakout traders teach. So I'm not going to knock it, but if you don't have the skill to see the nature of price action into a certain area and how it normally behaves at a bottom, yeah, then I don't know, there was someone telling me something about, oh, the market looks overdone, and it was like, oh, what's the basis of I was thinking to myself, what's the basis for that opinion? And sorry if you're online and you were the one that said it. I don't know who it was. I don't remember who it was. Someone said it just looks overdone. And I was like, yeah, maybe, but like I have a set of criteria for what I'm looking for. Not just, hey, it looks overdone, gut feel. And I think they said it around, I don't know, it's like this area or something. Something like that, or maybe even this area. Right, and then the market took another, 35 points. So If you held from here, could you have eventually made profit? Sure. But, you know, you took a lot of heat. And then what? Your risk reward is less than 1. And then where do you sell? Right? You see this consolidation, it moves up. When you saw this bar here, you're probably like, fuck, I need to get out. So what's your risk reward? Your reward is what? You're getting out here. Never went further, so you're getting out here at this bar's low. 57 with what? 51, 52 entry. So 3 to, I don't know. It's a lot of heat. Stupid. So, yeah. Have your setups, write them down, define them. Otherwise, it's just a whole lot of I feel this, I feel that, and nothing's quantified. And yeah, that's hard. You know, anyone who's gone to college and taken some hard courses, it's easy. Like it depends on the school, but you know, most schools, and I've talked to a lot of professors about this. Most schools tailor most of the classes for that, so that most students can get a 65 to 70% without studying a whole lot, depending on the class. But you have to put a hell of a lot more work to have A's in some of the more science-based classes. So anyone who's taken a lot of science-based classes knows what I'm talking about. A lot of memorization, fair amount of critical thinking, and trading is no different. You put the work in, right? You journal, you define your setups in the best way that you can, right? You chart a lot. You know, you spend the work analyzing without how do I want to say that? You spend the work analyzing in a very directed manner, not just floating, not just looking at the screen, eyes blinking, like what the hell am I seeing here? Hey, maybe a pattern jumps out at me, but like, okay, draw some trend lines. Look at your deltas, right? Read definitions. Go to Sierra Chart if that's your platform. Read a bunch of definitions and understand them deeply, right? The way moving averages work. What are they? What are they representing? Right? All of that. Take a deep dive. Understand all the nuances of what you're using so that, you know, when the time comes for you to try and put all of the knowledge you have together, you have a better shot at creating situations in your mind that have confluence and that make sense, that you can observe and actually recognize that, hey, this is a pattern and I can define it because X, Y, and Z, right? So that's why day trading is just the hardest. It has the most yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take heat for saying this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Day trading is turning over your edge in the shortest amount of time, and there's a lot of edge and there's a lot of money to be made. But if you're not good at it and you can't adapt with the market, don't do it. Do can slim investing. Read Mark Minervini's book, right? Do 2 days to or 3 days or less even depending to 2 week or 3 week or 4 week holds, right? Those patterns on higher time frames, the cup and handles, the breakout from horizontal resistance support with huge bases, those kind of breakout trades where you have a nice, 5 or 6% stop, and you size appropriately, etc. That's gonna work. It's gonna work for forever. Uh, but where there's the most money to be traded is turning over your edge on short time frames, um, day trading, and that's why the Citadels of the world have record profits. It's because they spend an extraordinary amount of money to figure that out. So if you struggle to figure that out and to adapt, don't do it. Do something else. Not something else like not trading, but a bunch of stops hit here. Do a higher time frame. Read Mark Minervini's book. Read what's that other one? How to make money in the stock market in good times and bad, or something like that. And don't try to turn your edge over all day, especially if you're right. You're keeping track of your win rates and your expectancies and profit factor, as it's called in Sierra chart. And if your win rate is not going to overcome your expectancy and your profit factor, then don't keep pissing it away to smarter people that can adapt with the market. That would be my advice. Real advice from somebody who's not selling you shit. So if you use Sierra chart, go into trade log, and then look at like activities, statistics, etc. And if you've used it for a year, or like TraderView or something like that, if you don't know what TraderView is, it's TRADER V as in Victor UE. That's a nice program to track your trades. But anyway, if you've been using Sierra chart for over a year, then go take a look back at your past year, right? For all accounts, and see how you stack up, right? See how big your biggest losers are and your biggest winners are, and look at how long you'll hold your losing trades. It shows you all of that. Duration. My biggest hurdle has been my just psychological weakness, right? Getting over the idea that I have to fearlessly re-enter trades if I have edge, right? In the past, so psychological weakness is the cause of revenge trading, right? It's the cause of not taking your edge because you're fucked up from a losing trade or many losing trades in a row, not just fearlessly re-entering, right? Trading psychology is having rules and then ignoring them, right? Why are you ignoring your rules, right? So that's mental discipline, but it might be the way that you reason out justifying taking the trade. So psychology, man. That was the biggest hurdle for me, because I have the technical proficiency, but I haven't always had, and I read a lot of books to get there, a lot of books. And I studied hard. Like I read classical technical analysis of stock trends, which is like the classical charting Bible, right? It's got like 11 editions or something like that. And it's an old book, but it's been updated for modern times and stuff. But a lot of that hasn't changed. And that goes into all of the symmetrical triangles, flags, pennants, um, head and shoulder reversals, inverted head and shoulders, all of that. I actually call it something else. Anyway, like the book goes into some Tao theory at the beginning of the book. It's a great book, but I read that book like 4 or 5 times, and I marked it up, and you know, I imprinted it on my mind. So I had all the technical knowledge, but once I became proficient technically, psychologically, when I just when I learn from my mistakes and realize that I have to follow my rules and that I was going to be mature about that and just follow my rules because I know I have edge, um, and just be consistent with that. That's when I sort of broke through and just you know take it all with the grain of salt. And like experience will teach you, hey, I don't have to be trading every day, right? The rookie goes, I haven't been doing this. This is a nice little breakdown here. Anyway, the trading rookie says, I've got to be trading every day because I'm missing out, right? My average, let's say your goal is $150 or $300 a day, and it's like in their minds they see it as like, well, I got to be making this consistent. Uh, I've got to be consistently in the market to try and turn over my edge, but that's the wrong approach, right? Because the market's not always going to give you your, I've talked about it forever, A plus plus setups, right? I spend a fair amount of time watching the market because I enjoy it, right? And I learn from it. And I learn from it because I enjoy it. So my mind is constantly trying to follow along with the market, and I'm a rat with cheese. What can I say? um, but you have to love it, and you have to know that, okay, if I trade every day and I'm not really trading my edge, but I'm forcing it, well, you're gonna have a lot of losing days, and you're gonna skew your win rate, and you're gonna erode your confidence. And so there's days where I go 2, 3, 4 days at a time, like, nope, haven't made a single trade, right? And then I just wait and wait, and that discipline to take a trade that makes sense for me stops under. Okay. Weird. Sorry, this CQG web API is not TT fix. Get all kinds of error messages. I recognize that on, days where I can trade my edge with the appropriate size, I make my weekly goals on that day, right? And that's trading, and over time that adds up. And if if your edge is every day in the market, and it's your edge is a 60% win rate, and it happens all the time, and then you got to just fire it every day whenever that scenario comes up. But for me, I've identified trades that produce a much higher win rate than that, so I'm pickier. So some of that goes with, can you handle losing? Maybe I can't handle losing all the time, so. But God, there are days where I want so badly to trade. And those are the days that I've learned to just go tell my wife what I'm feeling. Because I'm almost in a state of not being able to control myself. It's like 3 or 4 days, the market's moving, but in ways that I don't understand or it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm not in the zone. Maybe I lack confidence. I don't know what it is. I'm just not taking trades because I'm not identifying things, right? And then I go to my wife and I'm like, I want to trade more than anything right now. She's like, well, you've lost money when you do that. And I am like, yeah, I needed to stay out. And you know, in the past, even though we've had those conversations, I've gone back into the office and then thought I knew something, but I'm taking the trade out of the wrong psychological, like the wrong state of mind. And so, you know, it tends to skew my what I think is a good trade because I just want to be trading so much, right? Craving action, and then I fuck up and I lose a lot. So it's been a while since I've done that. It's been a hot minute for sure, and I'll probably do it again. But you know, that's where diet, exercise, sleeping well, you know, having a serene environment, peaceful environment where you could focus, that makes a big difference in keeping your discipline. So, God, trading is hard, isn't it? Anyway, sorry, I'm ranting while I look at candles and think about market structure. It's very structured tonight. All right, see this? Look at that. Very structured. And as we come back up, little pullbacks here. One thing I've noticed with Globex is the algos, the market makers will be very patient around levels. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Alex. And thanks for the comment, Simon. They will just wait and wait and wait to see which side is getting squeezed. They might be programmed for a certain direction, right? Take it to extremes, you know. Sell value extremes, take it back into value, etc. But short term, man, they will just wait. And then, you know, the trader that's over leveraged, they capitulate typically. Thanks, lad. So most of the time, VWAP in a range like this holds a lot of stops. I'm just letting you guys know. It also happens to be T+1. So we're slicing and dicing through this high volume close. 118,000 contracts. So they're picking up stops each time. And this happens to VWAP. People overuse VWAP in the wrong situations. VWAP is good for resistance after a big down move or an up move. It can act as support. Or it can often tell you if the trend is strong, stuff like that. And yes, it's volume weighted average price, so we know what that means. But in terms of rotations, you got to remember the citadels of the world turn over their edge quickly. So how much risk are they taking, right? As they de-risk. Oh, this is yeah, de-risk every 8 to 12 ticks. 8 to 12 ticks, right? They're not taking their risk. They're just happy to see folks capitulate on levels that technically should hold because someone said VWAP is the shit, right? Best indicator ever, and then they don't tell you, hey, you're not supposed to use it for everything all the time. But that's good. I like the fact that A ton of retail traders just use VWAP all day long. Oh my god, VWAP! They have no context whatsoever. VWAP bounce, just buy it. As long as people are giving out shit education, and it's not going to stop, we're going to have edge. Here we go. VWAP. Oh my god. Buy it. Step in front. Buy it. It's VWAP. You're supposed to buy it. Now go convince yourself. Oh my god, a big green bar. Shorts got killed here. And there's VWAP. And there's this pin bar. Buy it. We might get a bounce. But I think folks are going to get fucked right now. Sorry. So maybe you get a short entry when it pops. But it pops as the algos, which are smarter than all of us, pull liquidity, and then it gets there on no volume. So we watch the footprint a little bit. There's a little bit of volume above VWAP. Look at that. So let's say if they just pull liquidity on this side, right? BPS, bid pooling stacking. Can you see it quickly in real time? And look at the volume that's transacting here at each level. Oh, there's a 25 lot. What does that do? What does it do with the market? See, someone took it. Dribbling, dribbling, dribbling. Oh my god, why isn't there a VWAP bounce? Who wants to sell VWAP? What trader wants to sell it? The algos. The liquidity providers want to sell it. Because this is going to give them some liquidity. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I don't know the future, but I'm just shitting my thoughts out loud. Here we go. I am waiting for you. Okay, there is volatility. So the normal VWAP might be like 3-4 points, and VWAP's here, right? 2650. Maybe I should be doing this. Maybe I'm being a little bit too. Maybe I'm in the stop zone because there's volatility. Maybe I should adjust how far it moves. Maybe it's even going to come and take out the stops here at 20. Where am I at? 20, 25? Alright, that's okay. We'll fight for price. There it is. Right on top of VWAP. A perfect VWAP bounce. Stops. Alright, now do we have the juice? Do we have the juice to get loose under VWAP here? Nice taper too. Remember what I was talking about earlier? Low volume. Yep. There it is. The wick. Maybe it traps the dummies. We'll see. Maybe I'm the dummy, but, you know. So far it's playing out. Who knows? some trader butterfly can flap their wings right now, and I have this frame picture on my wall. It says October 24th, 1929, and then in bold, large letters, Wall Street, panic as stocks crash. And then in smaller letters, it says billions lost. Wave of selling engulfs the financial market. Why do I have that up there? Reminder to self. Risk. Anything can happen. Don't be cocky. Don't be too overconfident. If you've been around the last few years and you've seen all this shit, I thought this was intense. I thought the world was ending. Hey, there it goes. VWAP. Maybe I should put VWAP on my DOM again. Add it as a study. I used to have that on there, but it was just too much. 65 lot down here at 23. Maybe I had it right. 24, 25. I don't know. See? See the stops? It's usually 3-4 points, but I thought, well, ATR is higher. It's 4. So I thought, well, maybe we get 7 points of downside. Didn't get it. That sucks. Yeah, let's cancel all these orders. I missed the trade. It happens. Whatever. What was I talking about? Yeah, so that little frame picture. That's the 1929 crash. 90%. Go back on a chart and look at it. 90% the stock market lost. 89% drawdown. It can happen. Anything can happen. Go 95%. Like, oh no. It's different this time. Yeah, look at a Bitcoin chart. Yeah, when Bitcoin hit 20,000, it was different. All right. Maybe I will get my stops here. Here and there, right? Here's a question. Do you think that folks went short against that trend line? Just a question. Do you think they did? How many got washed up? Did they stop? Right? I don't know. There's a big old iceberg here at the low. 400 plus contracts. A lot of folks who are long are nervous about revisiting the lows. But here, did folks go short on the trend line? Look at that candle. There's no wick underneath it. Right. You guys have heard me talk about this all the time. Candles with no wicks, it just shows extreme buying or selling pressure, right? Like here. Extreme. Usually, if you get this kind of candle and then an explosive move, at some point the structure gets quote unquote repaired. I don't know. Might be later tonight. Who knows? But at the very least, we know that it's not a normal oscillating market, right? Short, 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 short. And then little pullback, and then whoop, right? You could see the price action here was redonkulous. I got out of my long from right here, and I got out at 34, so into strength. And then a bunch of 100 lot orders were being thrown up here, and then the market makers say, well, are you strong or weak hands? Are you going to get washed out? I don't know. Maybe they washed out. Then, oh, back up, go take out stops. It's a vicious market we live in here. Anyway, so I have that, and I had art come in today from China, and it was wrong. It was it was like a 5-piece, supposed to be like a Wall Street bull. It's a trade hustle. Has something else. Lift, trade hustle lift. And it's black and white. 5 pieces. Kind of a diamond-ish kind of shape, right? With the center one being the most vertical. Something like that. Right? Something like, I don't know. They're all equally whatever. So that's what that wall art would have looked like. Something like this. 5 pieces. So then the Wall Street Bulls here, and then just, it's that street. It's all black and white. Looks pretty cool. So I was going to have that above my monitors, which are like for scale, something like that. It's on the wall or something like that. Right here's monitors. And it was the wrong wall art. It was like some Indian totem pole thing. So I was disappointed. I waited 2 months for that from China, and they got it wrong. They sent it to me, and it was supposed to go to some. They sent me somebody else's paintings from Michigan. What was it? Minnesota. So somebody in Minnesota wanted that other art. So yeah. Anyway, I was excited to get it up today. Didn't happen. And ATR falls. What was it? 4.2, 4.3. So it falls some more. So let's put a fib. Why are people excited about buying this level? Weak buying. Look at the volume. Yeah, it's fairly high for Globex, but relative to, excuse me, this price action, it's low. So I imagine it has something to do with fibs. Let's see. Let's make this a green fib. Oh, is that the high? Okay. Hey, 50%. So I don't know. All you fib traders. Fibs are the easiest thing ever, right? Everybody uses them because they're easy to use. Do they work sometimes? Yeah. Especially 50% works sometimes. They work because of the nature of profit taking. And then it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Everybody's using them. But they were working before people knew that they existed in trading. Why? Because, people like to buy about halfway on a pullback. It's a visual thing. You don't even need the fibs. You could just, you can just do this. There's the ups. If I could drop correctly. There's the high. There's the low. Halfway's about, I don't know, there. Buy halfway. Right? If you're bullish, you're buying up, you think it's going to go higher than this? You have a 50% discount here. Who doesn't like buying something that's half off? So think about the market in terms of an auction or folks looking for value. Who doesn't like something 50% off? It's one of the most common sales around, 50% off. So anyway, do we use that? Sure. We means me, myself, and I, and other traders who fade the fools. Maybe trade the simpletons. I think I turned my mic on accident there. Hopefully it wasn't off for long. Can you guys hear me? I know there's a delay on the feed. I don't know how long it is. I'm waiting. Anybody? Did you hear all the talking that I was doing here for the last... Okay. Did you hear all of the talking I did for the last, I don't know, the rambling for the last 45 minutes? I appreciate the feedback. I think there's maybe a 20 or 30-second delay. I heard. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Anyway. Thanks. Yeah, I had issues earlier today. I almost just walked away and said, fuck this. Like, I put all this effort in. The first rant is always it's usually the best. And my first rant was actually really good. This has happened a few times where I'm like, as I'm talking, I'm like, damn, this is gonna click. This is gonna make sense for some people. And then like my mic is off or something, and I just, I'm like, golly. But I still try. I still try to repeat it. There's a like mental fortitude and exercise in that, right? Trying to trying to relay what you already talked about, because you have to get over the psychological. Okay, look at how dramatic I am. But I talked for 45 minutes earlier today to myself, and I thought I was talking to everybody, and it was a hell of a rant because it's just all in real time, right? I'm looking at the market and making decisions, and I was excited. I made money. I made good money, and I was calling the market very well. And you know, it gave me the juice to get loose and talk. And then when I realized nobody heard anything, I just was like, I almost lost my shit. Yeah, John, I was close to losing my just giving up. Just like, okay, I'm done. Go off. Go off the live stream. So anyway. Jeez. I have like 4 emails from this. Can't contact the logistics. They're like, we probably messed up your order. Can you contact the driver? No, I'm not the sender. I cannot contact the driver and try to figure out where my art is for you. Oh. At least this Chinese company, they're they're sending me a lot of emails, but they're trying really hard, and they know how to apologize. Say, hello, Mike. I found another picture. you need in the picture you sent. You don't need to send any more pictures. Please forgive me for being sloppy. That's good customer service. Even if they're not getting it right, I can deal with that. Because they're asking me, can you send another picture? They just didn't open the email and look at the one I sent them. Let's see. All right, they're trying to correct what they think might be the right package. You know what would suck is if they've got everything all turned around and then I get another package that's supposed to be for someone else and it's their art and it comes to me and it's not even mine. I have two people's art because they're already like, you could just keep it or send it back to us if you're willing to pay because we're not going to send you a prepaid label. Isn't that weird? It's all the way in China, so it's probably not worth it for them. But I was like, well, if you send me a prepaid label, I'll ship it. I'll drop it off at the UPS store. Like, I'll spend gas money and time. I'll do it for you guys. No big deal. All right. They're like, nope, not going to do it. Huh, whatever. But that would suck for me to get somebody else's art because, you know, it comes on a slow boat from China. It's a good product. And it yeah, it takes some time. It's like 2 months later after I ordered this thing, I got it. So it's like, man. So let's see what the FedEx tracking number is. I hope for someone else's sake. Man, maybe I should try and contact this. No, I'm not going to do their job. Like, I have got the guy's name on the package. See, like they put a label on it from China and had that guy's the intended recipient's name, and then when it flew into LAX, FedEx put another label on it, and then it was my name. So I still see the initial recipient's name. I could contact them. I could probably look up all their information, say, hey, you probably waited 2 months for this. I could just send it to you if you do a prepaid label. You know what? I'm going to do that. Life's too short not to look out for other people sometimes, right? That's the thing to do. Okay. Cool, John. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know I'm ranting about some personal stuff here, but whatever. If you guys want me to talk about trading, you gotta give me more questions, because I burned myself out just talking. Interesting. Yep. It looks like. So they gave me the tracking number for the dude that ordered his other, or has the painting in Minnesota. So I have his tracking number. They're going to try to redirect that. So that's only the right. Jeez. Why won't they? Why won't they pay to have it sent to that other dude? That doesn't make any sense. We'll have to see. I'm going to get it on March. No, it's in LA. I'm in California. And they're saying the expected delivery date is March 2nd. That's because they're in Minnesota and there's inclement weather. Rule of 3 to the upside here. So we're going to get a little pop. I think. I'm going to figure out a way to do the right thing for this guy. If they redirect my package, who knows where it's at though. Here, there's the, I don't like this for a rule of 3. Why? Because there's not enough movement away from the trend line. and then clear taps of the trend line. Still may work out, right? This is a trend line, right? There is a point here and a point here, but I don't like it. It's as the customer service person said for the art, it's sloppy. It's not clean. There's your yeah, it's so sloppy. But I don't know. Here, let's put a trend line on this. Let's see what it looks like on the footprint. All right, so this is chart number 14. Go into our chart settings. I recently did a video like intro to Sierra charts and a Sierra chart, and I realized that I forgot a lot of stuff. So anyway, what was it, 14? All right, there's the trend line. See that? So let's see how it reacts if it punctures that. It's kind of cool to, you can put this on 5 minutes too, so you can kind of see what's going on. But and then it'll all be time-based, and you can see the way it's reacting around trend lines. You can see when breakouts work, what they look like on the footprint versus when they don't work and they're false breakouts. So look at what the volume structure is. I won't tell you guys that. I'm just telling you how to fish, right? Saying this is what you measure. These are the conditions you look for. Go measure it. Oh, that's cool, Alex. Yeah. I apologize in advance for any inefficiencies in the videos. There's plenty of them. I do the videos at night usually when my family's gone to bed or sleeping, so oftentimes I'm tired, and it's not. I don't write an outline for them anymore. It takes too much time. So a lot of them are just off the cuff. So they're not that good. There's folks who do better videos for Sierra chart introduction, like Optimus Futures. I don't know. Axia has some good stuff out there. Axia Futures, AXIA. There's even another guy out there, Corbs or something. I think it's KORB. I've seen some. He's very professional, to the point. Uses video editing software to make it look all nice. So that's a little more engaging, I think. So if I was making a living off of my YouTube channel, or making a living off subscriptions, I would spend time and make them very succinct and efficient and to the point and as short as possible, packed full of information. But that's not my jam. So yeah, it's so in depth. So many layers to peel back. And the more I peel it back, the more I'm impressed. It's one of those programs that you don't fully appreciate it until you learn more of it, right? Like you find yourself with a program like Thinkorswim. It's very well thought out, and there's a fair amount of layers to Thinkorswim that people don't use, and there's some really cool things in there. But as you get deeper, you end up saying like, well, I'd really like to adjust this, or can I adjust that in the settings? And then you can't. And within Sierra chart, it's like, for the most part, it's all adjustable. And if it isn't adjustable, oftentimes if you find the right thread and get Sierra chart engineering on a good day and you explain the issue clearly, they'll try and add it for you. Which, you know, they can be pretty grumpy and condescending, but that's the payoff you get as a user for having access to the people who are essentially improving your software, and actually listening to your feedback. A big company like Thinkorswim is not going to do that and implement uh, improvements as quickly. It just doesn't happen. Is it cluttered? Yeah. Yeah, in the introduction to Sierra Chart, I just talk about like going through your settings and getting your shortcuts down, right? So like all of these shortcuts, like a lot of these shortcuts are in here because I use them all the time, like, reload and recalculate the chart or whatever. Because I have a lot of other chart books that I use too that are more complicated than these ones. And sometimes I fuck them up. So I have another instance, or yeah, I guess another instance, just a whole nother file. I have Sierra chart, three separate Sierra chart downloads with their own files. So one of them I use for like crypto, and that one when you're using volume profile and stuff like that with Binance, because Binance, the ticks are 6 decimal places. So think about trying to put volume profiles on that and then not having your tick set too small, right? It just it breaks Sierra chart, right? So Binance does that because on their interface they don't allow users to get that granular, but for the market makers that are crushing the souls of users via the API, they can hop in front. So if you have an API, you can take advantage of that, and it's kind of like market makers in the New York Stock Exchange, or just they can buy and sell in these crazy increments and front run people all the time, right? Just profit the spread. Same thing with Binance. They set up their data feed and API to benefit uh, essentially people who are providing liquidity. But in doing so, their data feed for Sierra Chart is just, it's really not considerate of software programs with high granularity for measuring data. So you go from symbol to symbol, and then you have to adjust your volume profiles. I mean, it's just a pain in the ass, and I don't want to have 25 crypto charts up. But essentially, I think that's what I have to do. I got to set all the volume profiles and various things for Binance so that I don't fuck up and click another symbol that's linked, and then it loads the volume profile, and it's I forget to change you know the tick amount. It's just a whole thing. So anyway, in doing all that, I started from scratch and just been working on that, and that made me realize that a lot of folks that I talk to about crypto and other things, they could probably be helped by that video. So there are some other things that new users should do, like go into global settings, general settings, and then files to open on startup, right? Go add chart books that you want to auto load, right? I don't know if that's automatically enabled in Sierra Chart when it opens. I don't think so. Charles Clark says T2. Is that software? I think he's referring to software. Anyway, yeah, the TT stuff is, yeah, it sucks, but yeah. Let's see. I want to make sure. Is this live stream set to delete itself? Is it going to delist? Let's see. Nope. Do you guys want me to keep live streams like this up? You know, because I kind of think a lot of people aren't going to go back and listen to a lot of this. At least that's my idea, right? It's a live stream, so who's going to listen to 2 hours of me talking? It's almost like you're here. I don't know. But if you guys want me to keep it, I'll keep it. Otherwise, I'll just unlist it at the end. If no feedback, I'll unlist it. Oh, there's one person that says yes. Okay. No worries, man. We'll just leave it up then. But like, you know, if I was clicking through YouTube, I wouldn't be watching something with the title. My Twitter is publicly available. Really? That's weird. Yeah, I don't really touch it. I'm not posting there much at all, so I don't think it's going to be that useful to people. But I have a lot of old information on there, which is why I opened it back up. Otherwise, I was just going to get rid of it, and that's it. But Mr. Clark, no, it should be wide open. Anyway, what was I talking about? Dang it. Oh yeah, if I was clicking through YouTube videos, I would not want to watch something called ES Globex livestream. Yeah, why? It was just a time sink, and I had a bunch of projects and I still have those projects. Um, but I go through phases, man. Oh, I think it's time for somebody to go to sleep. You're gonna go to sleep? Sweet. Well, what's that? That's a lightsaber. And it indicates really cool cinematic inspirational music. Yeah, so cool.
So cool.
You know, so when you get what's that? What?
What's that right there?
That's a scene from India from people riding rickshaws.
How do it that?
They go places
To...
wherever they want to go. It's really cool.
Huh? What's that done?
Right there?
Nah.
Those are emojis.
Oh.
You want me to pick some?
Yeah.
Okay, if I pick some of these emojis, other people are gonna see these emojis right here. Which one should I pick?
That one, the jockey one.
This one?
Nah.
Right there?
Nah.
Okay, let's see. Okay, now I gotta hit the send button. See the little triangle? That's the send button. Cool. What else should I send? That's that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a peace sign. That's really cool. I like it. Let's see. He's putting two fingers up like that and smiling. Sweet. Anyway, when you go to sleep tonight, if you sleep really good all night, you probably will grow a little bit. You'll get stronger and taller.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's crazy. You feel tired right now?
Nah.
Yeah, I could hear it in your voice. All right, give me a hug and a kiss. Where's my kiss? Where's my kiss?
Mama, 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 dog.
Give me a kiss.
Mama, dog.
And a hug.
Mama, dog.
She's behind you. All right. Go
My
on.
voice said, well, that's not doing.
No, it stopped. Anyway, go to mama. Okay, good night. Sleep good.
Good night. Love you.
All right, love you. You're not going to sleep, are you?
I'll come back.
All right, cool. All right, the little one's down. Well, the wife's going to put him down, so. And Alex, there's other reasons as well, but yeah. This is a lot better for me. It's more interesting. Snooze fest, huh? Japan closes in hours. 2 hours. Hour and 40 minutes. Oh, man. $22 lot, $21 lot, $19 lot. Typically, short term, traders like this get crucified. 22 lot. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. What do I know? This is the doldrums. Look at the volume here. Right? This green bar, look at that volume. 835 contracts to move it. It's nothing. I don't know. One little thing, if you use Sierra chart and let's say you have a whole lot of studies with moving averages, here's what happens for a lot of folks. All right, let's go into studies. And let's go into a higher period moving average, like the 200 SMA. Where did I put it? There it is. Yeah, I should group these together. Being sloppy, not grouping them together. All right, there they are. Why should I have to move around? Okay, so let's say you have something like the 200, okay? Let me slow down. So if you go in next to chart region, there's this scale button. A lot of people miss it, or they just never click in there. And it's usually set to automatic. Watch what happens. Look, this chart is automatically scaling the high to the low and fitting everything. As I compress or expand, it just automatically fits it, okay? So if I go to automatic and I apply it, look what happens. it's fitting where the 200 is first seen and then the low of the bars. So now they're all compressed. So if I double click this, right, it's scaling to include the 200, whatever you're seeing of the 200 period moving average, right? So if let's say I move this chart this way, what it'll do is it'll, like, let's say I only see it from here, right here. It'll include the low and then it'll include the high. So then everything will be compressed in a screen like this, right? Because this is what we would be looking at. So I'll show you. See that? See that? Right? That's not cool. Do you always need to see the 200 way up there? No way. Right? So this messes a lot of people up, and they read the technical information in CR chart and they don't understand it sometimes. Right? They don't read it enough, or they read it one time and then they don't read it again to try to understand it. Happens in school too. Right? People read the textbook in like microbiology and like, oh, upon first reading I didn't understand it. Well, guess what? Most A students don't understand it the first time. They don't remember everything, so reread it, the parts that are difficult. So anyway, go back in here, go to your study, find that 200 and go to scales and do same as region. Hit apply. There you go. Now when you compress things, it'll just include the high and the low. See? The high and the low. If you want to go find where the 200 is, do this. Oh, okay, there's the 200. It's a macro view anyway. It's not like you need to see it all zoomed up, right? So go change all your studies. Anyway, I hope that helps some people out using Sierra charts. Sierra chart. It's not Sierra charts, it's Sierra chart. Anyway, so you could still see the 200 up there. This trend line's gonna pop. $30. I don't know, what a choppy zone. It's such low volume. Let's say a bunch of you take the trades here. The algos, because the liquidity providers are such a high percentage of the book right now, they know it's an other order, it's not theirs. So they will possibly move liquidity. So if you get too much of an imbalance and they know it's not, it's an other order, they may just flip it back down. So you kind of want to be looking at that as much as possible. Anyway. No, you just look at them both all the time. But if you're doing concentrated learning, right, and you're studying something specifically like rule of three, well then, if you want to understand more about it, not just using candles, right, when there's a successful breakdown, what does that look like on the footprint, right? So that would be directed specific learning, right? Which is what I was talking about earlier, is like, don't just look at patterns and not ask questions, or not look at things like, go down. Trading is math, so go down and look at the math, right? Look at what the footprint looks like here, Try to learn something about it, right? When there's a trend line here, what does the TPO chart look like here, right? At that level in time, break it apart. What does it look like at that, point in time? What did it look like? You can take this whole TPO chart and you can break it into, um, each TPO chart is a 30-minute TPO chart in and of itself with 6 5-minute candles. You can do that in the settings, right? And then break apart each of these into 30-minute sessions, and you can see the shapes. Okay, you can see a lot of that with your footprint too. If you do 30-minute candle, you're essentially, if you start it from the right time, you're doing the same thing. You're just looking at, volume, almost like volume profiles. But you can do that with time too. You could, go into your default TPO and in your, studies, in your settings, and like your profile time, change this to minutes, right? So instead of it being days, and then the TPO letter block time period length, you can change that to 5-minute, right? Or whatever. So break it all apart. And then you can look at your TPO chart and have a separate chart down here that breaks it into 30-minute. I used to do that. Right? I found it had some edge, but I have other things that give me more edge. But maybe for you that works really nicely, right? Time and volume. Some people swear by the time aspect of it, and it's powerful. So, try different things around areas of interest. So, look. Where am I long from? About to get stopped. Right? Absorption. And then lack of interest to buy above the trend line. So, maybe the algos here are sensing other um, other orders. So, this is incomplete right now to the downside. So there you go. What did I do? I skewed my R's here. What? Da da da. So like 0.7 R's. So what winning percentage do you have to have if you've got a 0.7 R, much higher winning percentage. You're going to get stopped out typically though less of the time because you're giving your stops more room. But, ATR is what? 4, 3.8 in the stop zone. So it's, entry 1, 2, 3. So I'm not even 1.5 ATRs. This is noise. Just stop out with noise. Right? This might just be the rotational trap the shorts and then go take it out, and then you have fuel to go find the liquidity that's here just because the shorts are, you're taking the short trade here, right? So the liquidity is still here, but, stops too tight. Right? So I've mentioned to people before, like, ATR times 1.5 or 1.8. Yeah, that gets you out of the noise range typically. But then if it's, ATR times, 1.5 or so, right? ATR is diminishing right now. So let's assume it keeps going down. So the ranges keep compressing. So let's say 1.5, right? Stop has to be what? If your entry's 27, right? Where's your stop? Sheesh, way down here. So, then you reduce your size accordingly. But then does that invalidate your trade? You know, when it finally breaks the trend line, if it comes down here and it breaks it here, then pops, right? As the price moves down here and shorts have moved their stops down, the liquidity still might be here. So don't get static on this, right? If you're anticipating a trend line break here, well, what if it comes back up and then eventually grinds sideways and then it breaks it? There's still liquidity because the shorts are probably moving their stops outside of the trend line here. Does that make sense? I hope it does. He's out. Sweet. You gonna go to sleep soon? What's that? Watch the market mosey along here. If you want to hang out, hang out. Anyway, I can keep this live stream on or off until my wife goes to sleep. It's up to you guys. I can just leave it on and let things kind of roll. Leave my footprint or whatever you guys want on. And then I'll be back in maybe 35 minutes or so. You just let me know. If it doesn't matter to you guys, I'll get rid of the live stream. But if you want to see charts and you want to see something specifically, um, all right. Well, I'm just gonna leave it on. See you guys in 35 minutes or not. If not, have a good night. Hey, look at that. Breakout traders just getting punished. So, now that you know that, that's what's happening short term. Play that. Anyway, I'm off for a bit, but I'll leave it on. Watched a little movie with my wife. Not a movie, a series on Netflix. Alright, back down to the lows. I love it. You see this on the DOM, 472. See this? Well, let's just say 410. Sorry, not 472. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Pretty linear move there. And then gained even more steam. Didn't even touch the iceberg yet. Everyone buying ahead of it. Good luck with that. Stream health. Yep, good. See that? Trying to bust it, but the orders appear too fast. But you can see there was at one point the bid here, and as the iceberg came back in, it was buying. So just a timing thing. Something was on the ask, and the iceberg filled. Hey Sean Kirk, an iceberg order is just an order that, let's say I placed an order for an iceberg here, and I want to fill like, let's say 300 or 400 contracts, right? But I don't want to show my size. So what an iceberg does is every time the bid gets hit at this level, and let's say I set the iceberg up to say, initially I want to get filled for 20 lots, okay? As it goes down to 20, and it goes to those 20 are gone, the software immediately puts another 20 lot up, okay? Until all the 300, or let's say I wanted, to buy 300 lots. It just keep, every time the 20 was filled, it'd throw up another 20, right? So it's kind of like, think about a real iceberg. right? The actual order is, you know, what's being shown is the tip, right? And then each time that the 20 lots is hit, boom, something else goes back up. 20 lots comes back up until, if this is your volume, right? And this represents 300 lots till all these lots are filled. So someone has a big iceberg order here, right? You don't see it on the book, right? You just see the, well, you could see here how many lots are being thrown up each time. So a lot of times when an iceberg is entered, right, the lots that are thrown up there are variable, okay? So they're just variable, like, might be 20 one time, 10 the next, 17, then 13, right? So a lot of software programs will do like a variable lot size. So you don't really know when the iceberg's gonna fill. So if it's variable like that, it's somebody who's a little more sophisticated. Well, the right side here is the total volume. 374 contracts, but you go back. What's the level? 3805. When did the first one trade? There it is. See that? 3805. Never was falling below. See this? Right. So this iceberg fills in such a way that someone even comes on the bid or on the ask and they fill it. So it's a little slightly delayed, but they haven't been able to pop it. So 756 contracts so far at that level. But yeah, you can see that here at the cumulative. Anyway, going back in time. We'll just do this. So 800 looks like 820 contracts so far. Bought at 3805. So all the short-term traders. Yeah, I mean they happen all the time, dude. There's yeah, it's kind of like a block. If you want a technical explanation, you can search like trading technologies and Iceberg, and they have a nice technical explanation of how they work. Maybe a little bit better than my explanation, but yeah, there's icebergs happening all over the place. You just don't see them because it's not there. So maybe they're not big enough, right? The majority, I shouldn't say the majority of orders on the CME are icebergs, but it's a hell of a lot. Probably the majority by institutions. When they want to buy a level, they just high frequency iceberg it. So occurs all over the place. And the CME states that in their literature as well about exchange volumes and liquidity, right? Everybody looks at the order book and says like, oh, that's the liquidity, and it is the liquidity, but it's not. The icebergs provide more liquidity because those order types are supported by the CME, and that is what a lot of institutions use, because what? It disguises their footprint, which is why we use footprint, because it shows us volume in real time, as opposed to staring at a DOM and time and sales or a candlestick. You're not going to see that. can we see in real time, you know, this level all of a sudden filling up and someone just absorbing? Yeah. It's just an iceberg. How would I contrast it? I don't know, man. The market's too complicated to put it into a nice, tidy explanation contrasting them. Alright, it's mainly context dependent. Each situation is different, and I don't know all the situations. I probably know a few. And when I say a few, I don't know. Maybe I know 20 or 50 different scenarios. 20 or 50, see? It's not quantified for me. But, I think in terms of, interesting price action off this low. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I'm just thinking about all the traders who were thinking short here because we gotta go crack the iceberg. It's gotta go. They think of it as an unfinished auction. And I guess in some sense it is. But they think, well, it's unfinished, you gotta go revisit it. Here we are revisiting it. And watch us come all the way back. They're like, no, not again. So I'm just laughing. How's the volume look? Let's see. Yeah, 1700. Yeah, there's buyers. Fuck, not again. I shorted and I want to get out. Not again. Just another dildo candle. I think it's more likely that we go to the downside, but it's happening again. I'm just laughing. They're vicious. If you're getting fucked by this move, get off my live stream because me laughing at you is just gonna infuriate you. I already know. I know 4 traders right now that are shorting this bottom. Telegram. They're buddies. They're not on the live stream. This is why I stay out until I get my A+. This is so much fuckery here. Yeah, it's not important now. I was just talking about some stuff. Yeah, it's a battle. For sure. But already the price action's a little different. problem? Yeah. Look at that. See that? Oh 05? I don't know. Just thought you guys would want to see. See that? Oh 05. Is it exactly 05 down there? I don't know. That past, or that prior one. Let's go see. Oh, jeez. So slow. Okay, let's just grab it and move it. Shh. Alright, there you are. Oh, no. Not even. There it is. It's one tick above the previous low. One tick. Is where the iceberg is. This is 0475. This is that massive volume day. Right? Remember, on a day like this, with that massive volume, someone was buying. For everybody who was selling, there was somebody buying. So they're buying one tick above. So yes. Yes, Sean. Big boys. Or girls. Stinking cigarette chart. I love you, but sometimes adjusting windows blows in here. Jeez. Jeez. How much time am I spending on this? Just to get rid of the scroll bar here. Not the chart scroll bar, which you can turn off in the settings, but the chart book scroll bar. Because this was resized by moving this window. And it didn't snap back precisely when I expanded and maximized the whole thing. That kind of shit drives me nuts. Alright. Why do I still have a bar? This way. Okay, I'm the vertical bar is gone. And this is gone. See, now I can snap it back down. Regain my space here. Jeez. I'm being too picky, aren't I? Maybe. Hey Sean, it hit 4K. My nicey NASDAQ tick hit 4K at the lows today. I don't know when the last time that ever happened. Which is why because ES is liquid. The others are not as much. There's a liquidity problem in the other futures. In Globex for me. So I don't fuck around with them. Alright. Hey, now we can just do this. Butte. So different price action. Anyway. No, I didn't really catch that. You know what? Here. Show you. I don't often post on. I don't post anymore. On Twitter, but I did in live time here. I wanted to make a point, so here you go. I posted it at the exact time I bought it, and I wasn't live streaming here. Bought it and distracted myself while I watched the market play out right there at the bottom. And then, if you look at the feed, I bought more. And I said I was looking for plus 25, right? And then I added, and I added at 22 on size for an average of 25, and I got it all. I got my trade, so it was a good day for me. Can be, yeah, sure can be. Are you short, Mr. Sean? Excuse me. No. Why do you say 37.97? Oh, okay. Coffee futures. They broke out. Were you the one that told me about coffee futures? I cannot remember. Oh, okay. So did they end up breaking out? Because you said that the supply was going to be shit. Right? No supply. Hey, we know coffee's got demand. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I think you gave me a. It was a good piece of information, but I don't know that I ever found time to look at it. You can keep those coming, man. But this one time I didn't look. Someone told me about silver before silver popped. In the what was like when it was at $13, $14, and man, that was. I made money on silver, but I made money shorting it. But yeah, do what I do. I'm glad you're. Sounds like you're killing it on coffee, man. That's cool. Let's see what else we got. All right, round 4. Have we suckered in enough longs here? That's the question. So they're gonna try to capitulate them into that iceberg and break it. This is the usual move. So scary, I know. Who wants to be short? Volatility. Nice little pop there off that low. 05 to what? It's a 10-point pop. Who buys the lows and sells the high though? So I don't know. In reality, 7 or 8 points. Break then pop. Yeah. I don't know. This is a little tricky only because of that volume that transacted a few days ago on those 3 days ago or whatever it was on the lows. Some big entity is buying. Doesn't mean that they're gonna be right short term. They may not care about the short term. Yeah, I don't know if it's a double bottom. I'd say 1, 2. Maybe this is 2. I don't know. 1, 2. I don't know. Came back up. Is this noise? Maybe it's noise. I don't think it's noise. I think it's a triple bottom already. And I think she breaks. But, what's that, the butterfly effect? One big trader. Or traders. Or Goldman could be buying here. Who the fuck knows? And they just go. We don't know. Yeah, the Fed. BlackRock. Who knows? This is not this is not a moment where technical analysis helps you that much. I'm just going to tell you right now. There's moments where the market is behaving in a way that fuck your technical analysis. See that right there? That was a, let me see. I think it was an iceberg. Yeah, it was an iceberg. Yeah, it was an iceberg. And popped like it was nothing. So there are moments as a trader when you're playing smaller moves, right? That you just stay the fuck away. Because something is happening here that not everybody is going to be able to guess based on TA. So when you recognize a moment like that, just cool your jets, man. Rotation doesn't matter. When the algos turn on, they just start buying. And yes, they could do that at any time in the market, but there's a lot of other moments where TA is making sense, and when it's not, when you know how to read the market structure and it's just not working, recognize what's happening, right? See that? ATR was what, 5 almost? Yeah, there you go. It's starting to pick up around this area again. So anyway, there might be a quota here. You know, buy X amount in this range, and that's what dictates what's happening here. Sean, if you explain it, that's probably, rather than just saying the bottom is in, like, give me a reason. Or if there's a medium we can share charts, that would be cool. Obviously I have the advantage of pointing and talking, but I don't know. I get a lot of people telling me this is going to happen and they don't justify it, and I don't learn about it. It's like, okay, do I just trust you, right? Because you have an opinion, and then it's right a few times. What if it's wrong? The goal here is learning. So sorry to be blunt, but I'm not. All right. Yeah, see, violent cop, that's interesting. See, that makes sense to me, but what's happening right now in terms of just pure price action, right? You see I guess, the rapidness of the moves, right? You see just buying, very aggressive. This is why TA doesn't matter right now. Just look at it. You can look at it on the time and sales. And then zoom in a bit, and you can see here. A few thousand contracts, just buying. I can't see a link you posted, Sean. Let me click on your name. No, I don't know. Can only I see links? Is that what's going on? Let's see. the lot sizes just being thrown up. Look, 100 at 16. See that? And they've been filling too. Right? And then they go just take the ask. See that? Look. Let's see. This is a little too. There we go. Now we can see what's going on a little bit more. Alright, you see that 120 something? Just pulled it up, ripped it through the book. Yeah, I don't see any link. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. I'm looking in the stream settings. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything. Maybe, let's see. Oh, there's all kind of settings, but let's see. Participants. Right click. Nope. Click your name. Nope. Keep it simple, stupid. Chart trading at its finest. I like it, man. Especially if it works. At the end of the day, if simple works, do what works. Nope, not anymore. Violent cop, not anymore. So anyway, look at everybody get screwed here. So glad I'm not playing this. Again, for stated reasons, the price action is odd. I don't want to hold a position here. I mean, yeah, if you shorted here and you made money, good for you. See that? Buying, no tail. So let's see if the algos turn off. And we come careening back down. Yeah, I feel like you've asked me that before, Violent Cop. It's no problem. You could ask me a bunch of times, but same questions. I don't care. But maybe it was somebody else. I used to look at options a lot more. But I don't know. It's like chicken or the egg kind of thing. I mean, man, no worries. Like I said, you don't have to apologize. You can ask multiple times. I mean, there might be different people on the thread who offer, I mean, on the live stream that offer another opinion, and then we all get to learn. So it's all good. Anyway, I was saying my levels work without doing all of that. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Look at everybody tentative now. I don't know if I want to short this. Sean, you're giving me the hot tip. You ever read Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, Sean? So you're giving me the hot tip, man. I gotta trust you. I don't do that. No, you gave me rationale and reason. I'm just saying. You might very well be right and you know all about coffee, but unless I know something for myself, I don't take trades. And man, I don't, I don't take anybody else's trades but my own. Um, it's just how I operate. If someone tells me like, "Hey, I think coffee futures are gonna pop. Here's everything you need to know." Then I'll look into it. But man, if I feel like I don't know enough about it, I just won't take the trade. That's just that's just my style. All right, buddy. Oh, you haven't read it. Okay. Sorry. Well, in it, um, Livermore talks about hot tips, etc. So yeah, it works fine. It's fine. I'm kind of self-sufficient. I don't know. Just do my own thing. I tune out a lot of noise from people. I'm more than willing to learn, but I find my own sources. It's just yeah. I mean, I've worked with traders, other traders, but you know what? To be honest, it ends up being so far me providing the levels and the other traders not doing a whole hell of a lot. And it's probably because I have a very high win rate on my real trading account, and I do call the markets well in real time. Anybody who's traded with me on Telegram or Twitter in real time knows that. No bullshit. So, I'm kind of done with, I don't know. Till I, if I start losing all the time, um, I don't know. Maybe I'll look outside of myself. That's just the those are just the facts. Those are the that's what I observe. See, I'm just kind of. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the markets are definitely somewhat cyclical in nature, right? Little waves and the tide. It's kind of like the ocean. The market oscillates on lower time frames, and then you got the tide wash coming in. It's got the waves rolling, and then you got the bigger body of water moving up on the beach and back down. Then the tide keeps coming in, it gets higher and higher. That's kind of the trend. That's basic Dow theory, isn't it? Higher lows, higher highs. I don't know. That's why classical charting works so well. It's very you know, like a head and shoulders, right? Left shoulder, head, still in an uptrend. The trend's now neutral, possibly going into a reversal state here. Well, it still made a higher high, but let's imagine. Geez, I guess I should do it right. Okay, there you go. Neutral market. Okay, on alert. How did volume form here? How did volume form here? You can read technical analysis of stock trends for all that, but and then here, right? Uh-oh, neckline. Why is it powerful, right? Because it's basic trend. Uptrend, neutral trend, up, lower high, and then when it breaks down, oh, lower low. It's already a lower low, right? So what's tipping you off to the possible trend change? The head is, and then the right shoulder is. So if you see weakness here, why not short here? And if you've got, you know, diamond hands, and the way you measure a head and shoulders breakout pattern is top of head to directly below at the neckline, right? Maybe instead of your risk reward being, oh, where is it? I'm getting tired. Instead of, right, your normal entry, oh, breakout. Sorry, this is going to be off. They typically teach you put the stop above this right shoulder, okay? And it's typically very hard to enter at the neckline, right? So let's measure this. Chart calculator. Oh, we could go this way, it doesn't matter. Right, 1175, so what's the breakout? 1175. Right, here. Okay, so let's go adjust this. Right? Everyone likes to say I'm going to enter here, but often they're explosive. So I don't know. Anyway, let's say you have a stop to enter the market. Okay. Oh, I know I was going to get both. So you're on it. All right. So what's your R's? 1.36 R's on a pattern like this. Okay. But what if you do this? Right? What if you see the weakness? You already see this pattern. You already see the neckline. What if you go enter here and you place your stop in the same place? Now what's your R's? 6.8? A little better. This is where I try to enter. Right? I anticipate that the neckline is probably going to get tested on a daily pattern. Right? So I know what these are supposed to look like when we go into these areas. Right? So do you get some noise in here? Yes. Can you get stopped because it's tighter? Yes. But guess what? If you get stopped 2 times, look at your R's, 6.8. You're still better off having the breakout here at 1.6 R's or whatever it was, right? 1.6 R's entering here. You could lose twice and still be more profitable. Or lose once and then, you know, have a winner and still be significantly, I guess twice, and still be more profitable, right? So, and then you can take off at the neckline because, you know, half of these patterns fail, right? Sometimes they come up, they come down, they fake out and they go. So TP1, TP2, right? And TP1 is still better than 1-to-1 risk reward. So a different way to do things. That's not taught in the books, but that's basic math. So, you know, think about the markets when it comes to entering in various areas. I always say fight for price, fight for entry, fight for position. Right? Why did it have an arrow here? Because what? It's going to be, it's red, it's resistance, stops above. You know, I kept going for the inverted head and shoulders pattern here. Sorry, I'm not reading any chat, so if you guys are talking, right? Here, whatever, it's a little messy. Here, 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 here. I like that, right? This is mess, but you know, we're doing that. It's potential that we, you know, what is this? Trend reversal potentially, right? Lower low, up, push up, higher low, no, lower high, and then we come down, make a lower low. Slightly higher high relative to here, higher low. So where are you entering? Here, right? And then, you know, as it pushes up, TP1, TP2, right? If you stop out, so what? Your position's great. Anyway, it's the way I see it. People have different, you know, breakout traders love entering here, right? It's like, oh, or some people like to enter on the retest. So it comes out, and they're entering here, right? They see a pop, they'd be entering on the retest. That's fine too. But again, you know, what's your measured move? Maybe up here somewhere on this kind of pattern. If it was cleaner, let's say. You also don't want to use 5-minute time frame for these kind of chart patterns. They don't always work out. Just letting you know. If you read the book Technical Analysis of Stock Trends, they explain why and how these patterns form. And the explanations all have to do with institutional patterns on higher time frames. So, yes, the head and shoulders is almost meme-ish now, but you want to look on daily or weekly time frames. And if you follow, what's his name? Jeez. Peter Brandt follows this guy. I've talked about it before. What is his name? I think he's an Iranian fellow. Oh, he's one of the best stinking. See, I'm tired. Classical chartists or chart pattern guys out there. What is his name? Peter Brandt. What's that guy's name? Recommends. What does it start with an A and? Nope. Son of a gun, I don't follow him on Twitter. I cannot remember that guy's name. Man, I'm still trying to remember that guy's name. Yeah, that's cool, Sean. Sweet. Anyway, Axel Kibar, thank you so much. Kibar trading. Is it Axel? think it's Axel. Tech charts. There you go. Yeah, that's what his name was, spelled A-K-S-E-L. Axel Keybar, and then Keybar was not with an E, it's with an I. Keybar. There you go. Tech charts. I'll link his Twitter. This guy is so good. He is a stinking robot, I tell you. It's at Tech Charts. So here, let's. Axel is a master of classical charting patterns. At Tech Charts. Anyway, that's his Twitter handle, and he has some YouTube videos as well. Doesn't have a lot, but what he does have, it's pretty good. But anyway, we've read the same book, and that's the same book I read 4 or 5 times. It's got all kind of notes and stuff, and spent a lot of time on that. Really made me think about why patterns look the way they do and why they accumulate that way, etc. So really helped me to think a little more deeply about the markets, which I don't know. That's useful. Oh, shoot! I didn't want to do that. So many lines. All right, get rid of this. Hey, thanks for the information, Sean. Hey, better to show up to the party than not at all. Even if you're late. It's all good. Highly, 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 highly recommend Axel. But one of the things he points out is that on a weekly time frame, patterns that base like this, whatever. Doesn't matter the pattern too much, but that have multiple chart boundaries. Okay. I guess we'll leave the trend line like that. That have clear chart boundaries that then, price hugs that chart boundary for a little bit. Right, and then finally pops it. These are the most successful breakouts. They often, will do this and then do this and then go, right? But a lot of times on very high time frames, look at Tesla. Look at a chart of Tesla. Very high time frames. Once these things pop, powerful, powerful shit. So, and he identifies a lot of them. He trades markets all across the world. And he points out that markets in various countries that have these types of patterns tend to be have a high success rates with excellent risk reward on these patterns. So, yeah. I was telling someone, maybe it was this chat, when I get older and I get tired of trying to turn over my edge so quickly. These are the kind of patterns I'm going to trade. All right, set it and forget it. Put your stop in and just let it run. Play the weekly time frame. But for now, I want to turn over my edge like I'm a fucking Citadel supercomputer. Anyway, I'm about to hit the sack here. I'm tired. I think we're gonna have some fun moves in the market with individual issues, individual stocks. Who knows? Maybe I will keep talking. I don't know. What time is it? 10? 10:20? 10:30? 10:30 p.m. on the west coast of the United States. That's where I am. In California. Hey, different price action from this, isn't it? Yeah. Are they getting their quota? Are they getting it? Let's see. Let's see what crypto markets are doing. I'm not a buyer of Bitcoin here at these levels. I will be a buyer of Bitcoin lower, significantly lower. I did buy on the first drop right into 45, just above. And there are witnesses. I bought Ripple. I bought ETH as well. And I bought Ripple too. Yep. Dead cat bounce. I said 50,600 was a nice shortable level on that bounce. So we're there. Hit it. A little higher. 51, 52. That's fine. That's noise. That's just a wick on the daily. With the stop above 54, that would invalidate that short. But no, didn't even get there. So dead cat. All the this time is different Bitcoiners. Get to feel some short-term pain again. Yep. That's alright. It's good. If you are a Bitcoin bull, you want it to retrace. Man, I don't even know what kind of delay is on this feed. I need to know that. This is ridiculous. Okay. Alright, so now we're hitting 1350. Okay, one. Oh, it's not that much. It's only 10 seconds or so. The delay's not that bad. Maybe 10 or 11 seconds, something like that. That's what it should be, so it's not getting worse. I've got the stream settings. You know, there's 3 of them. There's normal, low latency, and then ultra low latency. Ultra low latency is like 3 to 4 seconds. But I found that interrupts, I don't know, some of my other data. You know, because I'm streaming in HD, so. That was just the extended trading hours VWAP. You could also see it reversed on the closing volume of 116,000 at the regular trading hours. So the cash close. Right. I told everybody on my last live stream that I did into the close that this is going to be juicy trading tonight if you could play it right, because you're going to, around this kind of volume close, you're going to get a lot of whipsaw around it. But I only played the initial moves. I played Japan, I played China, and that's it. That is all I played. But sheesh. Should have played this, but hindsight trading, man. Should have been short here. Hindsight trading, I don't know. Not even short on the sim. At this point, you know, my TA is slowing down. I could feel it, so I wouldn't just play for because I like, spitting orders into the simulator. It's just, it's not appealing. I want to be entering with, um, you know, I want to be entering with confluence, with understanding, and then having a plan to get out. And I don't know. I think I was talking about Axel Kibar at this time, so whatever. Yeah, it says right here what it is on the right side. See that? Studies, right? See how the colors are all there? 10 SMA, 20 SMA, extended trading hours, volume point of control, right? That's what that is. Value area, another value area. So this is obviously value area high, right? This pink is the 200 SMA. Here's VWAP looking back 24 hours. Anyway, it's all labeled there. I do that for people who see my charts. All these colors, I'm pretty consistent with them. So I know what they are. They don't need to be labeled. I do that for y'all. This I do for me. T plus 1, T plus 2. That I definitely do for me. There's T plus 2. All right, Sean, have a good night, man. Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl. I'll stay up sometimes till 12, 1, and get up at, depending on the market, 6 a.m. or so. This is a market that I want to get up at 5:30 tomorrow. Let's check something here. Yeah, I don't think tomorrow is gonna be a chill inside day. Could be, but it's actually the higher probability um, of a few scenarios is that it's an inside day, right? With some short covering and right. Markets go from trending to consolidation. So on the daily, it would make sense that it's an inside day. I think it's going to be an expansion day because of this nightly the price action around here, right? You're getting this huge uh, movement, right? 30, 40 points. And then just the price action around these levels is just a little more, yeah, it's just volatile. So, yeah, yeah, end of month flows. I don't know. We're not there yet, but oh, we are there. What was I thinking? You're right. End of month flows. Yeah. I'm typing in, is 2021 a leap year? I have an aunt that was born on leap year on the day, so she's like, yeah, I'm sure she wishes that she uh, was only her age divided by 4, but legally she is. Yeah, I don't even know how that works. Yep, sure was. Oh, interesting. You know, the authors of technical analysis of stock trends say this kind of pattern is always end of trend type of pattern. It's never beginning of new trend. The symmetrical broadening formation, they're the ones that came up with it. They're the ones that found it in the markets. Everyone just calls it a megaphone now, but well, if you want to read about it, buy the book. Technical Analysis of Stock Trends. The Originators. 12 different editions. Yeah, I have the 10th edition. And they clearly state with all of the patterns they've seen associated, these are all end of trend. So I look left and I see Wall Street panic as stocks crash. October 24th, 1929. And then I keep Ray Dalio's. Let's see, let's find it. Economic cycles. Hey. Let's see. If you haven't taken the time to watch this. Economic. Is it machine? Hey, there you go.
How the economic machine works in 30 minutes. The economy works like a simple...
There you go. This is a great video. So if you haven't watched it, I recommend it. Anyway, super cycles. 100-year cycles. We're almost there. So I don't know, maybe we trudge along for a little bit more. But, you know, interest rates at 0. Now I'm talking like a bear, but I do keep it all. I keep these thoughts tucked away. You know, I go with trend until it fails, but I do allow myself to look at the larger cycle and recognize I could just be really fucking wrong on being a short-term bull. But I keep myself what's the word? I keep myself sober by looking at charts like that. I don't need to follow what's that guy? Northman Trader. Just makes all his money from subs and scaring people. Like what do they say about clocks? You know, clocks are right. Analog clocks are right. What is it? Once a day or something. Or digital, maybe digital, with the AM and PM indicator are right once a day. See, I corrected myself, Violent Cop. I'm tired, but I'm not that tired. Anyway, I appreciate it. Yeah, Charles, it's interesting, and he does a good job of I don't know, explaining things in a way that's easy to understand, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Ray Dalio's so well studied. I have a ton of respect for that guy. This is the common trend line right now, by the way. Check it out. All right, there you go. This is what people are afraid of. This is what's got the market scared. Right, because you could also say, got to be careful, right? You know, putting a trend line here and then across these tops like this. I'll show you. Something like that. Right? See, now you create a rising wedge. But, you know, when you get a pattern that's primarily symmetrical triangle, right? The trend isn't doing this, going up to this edge and then coming back down and then going up. So you don't want to draw a trend line from here. That's improper. But something like this is okay. But now it's just, is it really a falling wedge? You know, I don't know. I say no. Now, if we come up here and, you know, take out some, you know, get everybody going short here, and we come back up, and keep going over time, and we hit the 4200, and it's tight, and the range is tight, and there's hardly any volatility, and volumes just keep drying up more and more and more, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, this is overextended. Well, then I'd put more credence, but this is still pretty wide. So, yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I think we're gonna pierce this trend line. Rot, right? Rule of three. But I think it's likely that we come back in. Even if we come here, I think we could fake out on this 100 period moving average, right? Even into this area. Thing is, there's a lot of dirty structure here, right? All these gaps. Election volatility shit. The market rejoiced, I guess you could say. No more Trump. I don't know. I think it was right in this area. Yeah. 11.5. November 11. Yep, all this. This is the election volatility shit. And we've been in an uptrend since. So relations with China are going to go back to the norm. That's probably one of the biggest proponents of the market moving. Anyway. All right, Charles, have a good one. Yeah. And then I can see us rolling over. You know, no, like interest rates have, you know, are low. And then the Fed goes, hey, remember back in 2021, we were saying, all right, let's project this out. We're going to think about raising rates in 2022 or 2023. Right. I mean, yeah, it could go sideways and go up. Who knows? This is a bit tighty, isn't it? Right. Markets moved, but you know, this has happened. Where did it happen? It happened right over. What was it? December 2018? I don't know. Let's see. Making my way slowly over there. 2017. Yeah, that was it right there. 2018. So anyway, right? I was watching this. That didn't taper very much, did it? But it did from here to here, right? See that? And then when it finally broke, it was just like poof, water fell. I traded the NASDAQ primarily during this time. I had my biggest winning days and my biggest losing days in this. What did Don Kaufman call it? Don Kaufman of Theotrade. Volatility box. This is a volatility box. I can't sound like Don. It's a volatility box, guys. We're just chopping around in here, and hold on to your horses. It's gonna get crazy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, when these big firms start unloading, there's no liquidity in the market. Nothing. Something like that. If you don't know who Don Kaufman is in Theotrade, you should check out some of his videos. He's a perma bear, so just Fair warning. Anyway. I enjoy some of his YouTube videos. I don't really watch him much anymore, but every once in a while I'll check out a Don video. If you listen to him since COVID hit, he was short and big. He was shorting. He was shorting. Oh, he was shorting. Oh, this is the start. We're gonna see a big move. This is it, guys. Couldn't make all-time highs. Short. I'm adding big. I'm adding heavy. Right? Oh, new all-time highs. Hey, the risk reward just does not favor going long here. So I'm short. I am really short. And he made money. I know he made money here. And then he continued to go short. But yeah, he has some really cool options plays where, you know, he'll make money as long as you're in a volatile market. He'll make money to the upside or the downside. So as long as there's an explosive move. So check out his videos if you are interested in options. He's a good one. He's a good one to follow. Yeah, thanks Golden Rose. I don't know. I've watched too much Don Kaufman. Anyway, back to the charts. As Don likes to say, back to the charts. Alright, let's see. Jeez. Look at all this structure. It's like, just cleaned it up. There it is. Ripping stops through this thin book. Look at that. Are you going to go test 05? Finally, we get Europe in an hour. If we're close, we probably pop it then. That would be my guess. Alright. The DAX FTSE open right here. Midnight my time. I'll be sleeping. Would not be surprised some sort of up move before then. And then it just rolls over and keeps going. But hell if I know. Look at that. Look at that. The algos turn on again. Paint it green. Look at the order flow, right? Just absorbing. Look at that. Look at that. Just absorbing it all. Jeez. Monsters out there. There are some big whales out in this ocean. Traders just getting roasted here. Or everybody's making money. I don't know. Still little distribution nodes. It's interesting. Even with all this volatility. God, consolidation after volatility is just brutal. Poor high, poor low. Look at that volume building. Yes, sir. That ain't natural, I tell you. We're going to get some extension. Tomorrow's Friday. How low do we go? That's the question. Look at all the previous weeks. Some taper. 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 Not taper. Market's still coming down. It's going to test it. Oh yeah. Tonight or tomorrow? That is the question. But maybe this will be the one TPO out of all of these weeks here. Months, basically. I do want to see this low break, so I'm staying up for it. Come on. Come on. Oh, there it is. Right here, 06. We got sellers. We got sellers at 06. Let's see. Time to pop it like it's hot. Let's see. Might be a few thousand contracts down here. You don't know. Oh, they tried. They might de-risk it here and move up again. Might not be enough. I was just noticing it here. And wasn't happening. Yeah, it's possible, Mr. Cop. I don't know. It's a lot of rotation. Say this is LVN in terms of rotation. This is not a lot of, it's not, I mean, this is just ugly structure. So 37.50 maybe. Where does that put us? Right here? Right there. False breakout land. Yeah, I mean, the way I look at this, right? You're saying there's a high volume node. Are you looking all the way back here? Right? From early like January. Right. We already rotated a lot of that out. Okay. So think in terms of the weeklies, right? We rotated that out here, right? So, right, this is all a lot of poor structure, isn't it? From down here. This is poor structure. So there's some resistance here. There's some resistance possibly here, right? And then, you know, maybe not a lot of interest in the LVN. Like, we'll just see how it reacts. But this could be an area where the market, because again, this is the last weekly since these prior weeks, this could just be a like air, you know, to here. You see that? It's thin, thin, and then some interest. So it could just be air, man, to 37.50. That's why I think tomorrow is going to be interesting. But at the very least, some sort of tail here. I don't know. I mean, it's just volumes building. There's more and more interest down here. It doesn't often just stay here. Anyway, we're at that low, so let's go take a look. There it is. Scalp it. All right, you see that taper real quick? It tapered all through here, but wasn't that many contracts, huh? 1,000. But why was the market, and why were folks a little nervous to tap that? It's because of all those previous high volume areas right in that area, all through here, right, and the high volume close. So Butte, I love it. Anyway, you could see the volume that I was talking about at '06. See how it built? Finally said, all right, we'll be sellers. Let's pop this. So 0150. Look at that. All right, let's see how the market reacts to a 70 lot up there at 05. See that? 1074. Anyway, there's a 70 lot for sale there. Let's see how the market reacts. Nothing. Like it wasn't even there. Go take it. Interesting. Volatility. Someone willing to bet 70 lots or take profit? I don't know. Let's see. See if we can figure it out. Not even great volume. 3,400 contracts. Probably end around 4,000 or 5,000, I would imagine, in this area. Especially if we try to push up and then come back. And then all the longs just start dumping. That's how we'll get higher contract, I think. Maybe the next candle will be a higher volume. Nothing stupid. We got 40 seconds left in the 5-minute candle to measure this volume. So okay, we're a few hundred contracts away from 4K. Where does it stand in the session? Not particularly impressive, but not a lot of conviction to sell it lower. There's the gap. See that? There's the gap. 2-2 gap. I'd want to see this filled in the RTH session. And then a virgin point of control right underneath it. Excuse me, at 66. There's that trend line, right? So it'll move tomorrow. It'll move up, but maybe 37.49, 37.50, something like that. And then, oh, let's just go to the end. Yeah, here we go. Get them longs right now. Go take out the pin bar for everybody who's too zoomed in. That'd be my guess. And then, who knows? And by I mean to the downside. It's thin out there, man. It's so thin. Right? When you get the book that looks so visibly thin, right? And then you get these larger lots on the book in volatility. What ends up, look at 234 lots were pulled from 3,800, by the way, to buy probably. But eager beaver maybe. Yeah, see the liquidity down here? That's really intimidating. You know, when traders start to run into liquidity walls, right? And there's volatility. Man, that's when you compare it to what they're seeing 10 levels deep. And you know, not even 20 contracts. Not even 20 contracts. Say on Thinkorswim or something. That's really intimidating for traders. When they see all of a sudden it just goes from 20 to 200, like, oh my god. Right? I don't know. Thinking of analogies. Brad Pitt in that movie Achilles, he looked so ripped, pretty big. And then he, you know, he stands next to the Hulk or Arnold, early 80s. He's a twerp. It's just man, it's just contrast here. That's some fair liquidity though. It is. Look. You think we're gonna pop all that tonight? Here, here, here. I mean, look at that. 300. I mean, look. tons. 140, 158, 121, 158, 258. There is some interest. Look, 343, 133. Look at how often do you see liquidity like this on the book? Look. Could it be a trap? Yeah, sure. Look at that. Look at that. This is not normal. I'm just telling you right now. Anyway, that feels, well, where's the gap here? 72. See that? That fills the gap. Yeah, no problem, Violent Cop. So, I don't know. Here I am making assumptions on book liquidity after I said the CME has stated that, you know, liquidity is provided in large part by icebergs. Well, in part due to icebergs, but also, you know, high frequency trading. But, you know, it's interesting. I don't know. Real interested to see how this moves through this area. Could just be short covering. Who knows? If you're a big player or players and we rip through this area and they're just not buying, right? It might bounce and then they might just slam it back down because they've de-risked, right? Made so much money on the short. Who knows? Tough to know, but we do know what we see, which is there's visible interest through the gap to buy. And I mean, I'm telling you, this is not normal. I look at this often. This is all not normal. You might have liquidity. I'll just show you this way. See that? Look at that. This is not normal. You can see it here. Okay. So something's going on. Look at the upside now. Look. In other words, where do they expect? Why are they putting the liquidity there if they don't expect it to get there? Think of it another way. Right? And then you got some liquidity up much higher. So, see that? Again, this market depth historical graph, just so that you guys know, is set to max 200 and lowest quantity for coloring 35. Okay, so let's just say if we go 300, and you see my colored parameters here, right? Dark red is like, you know, it's popping. No. There's more below. Well, you might be right. I don't know. On first impressions, I think there's a lot more below. Anyway. See that? Well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe your eye's better than me. Right. So first of all, see where the liquidity starts relative to where price is. Right. Just you can visualize it. So that's why I'm saying no. Right. Look at how much further we have to go up. See that? This is why I think it's going to be interesting at the least. Right? See the difference? That's how you want to set this correctly. You don't even get into the higher lots, like closer to 300 until what? 70 points above the market, 65, 63, 64 points above the current market. But on the downside, it's, I don't know, 8 or 9 points below us. Okay. Not saying go short the shit out of this thing. But, just saying, it's going to get... Yeah, we might have an inside day. I don't know. But this is not normal. Let's go look at the weekly now. Is that enough taper? Hey, there's one where it doesn't taper all that much. Kind of like this. But this is more expansive. Volatility is high already. Look at the ATR. Almost 6 now. We know that by the candles just by looking at them, but you know, this is a nice quick way to measure. And this structure that I was talking about. Very interesting. Short's getting squeezed. You see this? Oh, that's not a nice color. You see that? When you get two like that, you usually get a third. It might retrace a little in this area. Right here. We're coming up on the Euro session. Remember what I said? Would not surprise me to push up. Make some wicked moves on volume. What are the Euros going to see? Right? They're going to see this. Volume, tried to break below, see some excess. Look at the TPO, right? A little bit of excess. Right? Able to break below 50%. So, you know, what are new traders going to see in standard? Right? If it comes up and it takes out this, oh, it's one time framing up. Just anticipating. So, anyway, let's see. Oh, we've got 3 minutes left in this bar. Just wouldn't surprise me. It's already showing short squeeze. Let's get the book back in. If you want to sell this market and you want to sell it into bids, into the open of higher volume, what are you going to do right now? Spend some money. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if Mike and Mike is on point with this structure. I think I'm close to losing my voice. Man, this YouTube live stream stuff is it's gonna get reduced here in the next week. I'm just gonna tell you right now. Being on this live stream is keeping me up. I'm a curious boy. I'm a curious monkey in this market right now. But I might be, you know, I told my wife before I came back into the trading dojo and I said, man, I'm on a really nice winning streak again. So I've got to be really careful with that bias of being overconfident or playing with size in a volatile market. Just sometimes you can not be aware that you're not playing patiently anymore. So, hey, appreciate that, Mr. Cop. And I appreciate the comments, man. Because a comment every once in a while just kind of snaps me out of it. Especially when I've been going for I don't even know how long. Yeah, I don't know. Probably says it somewhere up here. But so far this structure is squeeze-alicious. It's a long session. I've had a few breaks, right? I've cooked dinner. Golly, how many hours ago was that? 5? I was on from Shimani's. I did take a little bit of a break. So I was on at like what, 4? Yeah, I've been on maybe 7 hours. I don't know. Alright, so there's the retracement on this candle that I was talking about. The third one, you usually get a retrace and then a final push. Let's see. These little candle patterns, man. You can start to see it with the candle pattern and also just watching the price action. So this is rejecting here for now. Let's look on the footprint. Just not a lot of interest. See that? Thin. It's thin out there. Still in March contract, so we got three weeks left. I'd be curious to look at the next contract. What is it going to be? June? Is that right? I don't know. There's some order flow right there. $69.75 contracts. 50 lot right there. They're going to get smoked. You see that? How it's building up against there? I could be wrong. Maybe it pulls back, but I think they're going to get smoked. If you pull back and then there's aggressive absorption here, I think they're going to get smoked. The 50 lot at 17.25. And then we look at 20. We'll see. Right? Is there absorption? Yep. A little bit. There it is. Uh-oh. Yeah. Nice bell curve though too. So let's see. Some taper for sure. Look at that. Perfect little bell curve. 2 standard deviation. Here's 60% or 70%. Oh, got him. Got all these little stops here. Let's see. Short-term traders saying, no, I think I'm wrong. Oh, and the ones that had stops. I don't know, maybe these had stops too, but alright, are we done? Minute left in this candle. I guess the final push was here. We don't really know. Mr. Buyer to Mr. Buy the whole book buyer tonight might not be done here. $30, 25 minutes left until the euros get to feel the pain. Unless you're a furu and you're always right after the fact, and that happens. That's part of the problem with talking with traders who aren't honest, right? The pride gets involved and they don't want to admit when they're wrong. Me, I admit I'm wrong. I do. Because there's a lot of value in that. There it is. Mr. Buy the book. So let's go look at book map. Just less liquidity. Interesting. Yeah, but being honest with yourself and with others, man, that's liberating. And that's how society functions better too. I know maybe it's utopian, but in my day-to-day, I try not to lie. There are certain situations where, yeah, see, I'm getting tired, man. I'm starting to wane philosophical here. Maybe I should shut it down. Let's see. So I had an issue today with my CQG routing, where when I was spamming orders and then I tried to flatten, CQG came back and said, you exceeded the maximum amount of orders for your time limit. I was like, what? Are you really doing that to me? In other words, I can't play like an HFT on your routing? Well, no shit. Yeah, it's not that kind of data connection, but I didn't think I could do that. Maybe it had something to do with the flatten. I don't know. Maybe the speed of the routing. I don't know. The fact that it's a web-based API. I don't know. But never had that issue with TT fix. So I am looking forward to Sierra Chart's direct integration with the CME. They've talked about it at length on their forum. So I have a lot of confidence in Sierra Chart to provide a really good, an exceptional data connection if they're the ones setting it up. So totally looking forward to that. Let's see. Yeah, still could be short. short signal here. Yeah, it should be great. The only thing I don't like is like the Sierra chart web API thing that you do on your phone or whatever. It's just anyway, I'm not gonna knock it. It's fine. I could trade futures on my phone through interactive brokers, which I do a lot because it's just got a chart and data and blah blah blah. So whatever. If I'm using my Sierra chart connection, still looks like a short signal. To right, well, here's what I'm looking at. Right there. Anyway, if we violate that area, then we might get some long side. So we'll see. But it still looks like a short. Yeah, if I'm using Sierra chart, I'm kind of doing myself a disservice if I'm using that data connection and I'm not using my desktop. So right now with CQG, obviously if you're using the CQG routing, you need some way to cancel those orders quickly without calling the trade desk at AMP or something if you have a power outage or something. And you have a parent order that doesn't fill before your power outage. And then you have a power outage and the parent is on the server. And then, your bracket orders they go away. And let's say the parent fills while you have a power outage, then those bracket orders are locally held if they're attached to a parent. If you enter in a separate OCO, those are on the server, but you wouldn't want to put an OCO around a parent because you could have the OCO fill and then right, you could have your stop fill and then the market goes against you or something. And then the parent's still in there. So that's a shitty way to have protection. So with a CQG mobile web app, you can at least go in there and flatten out. So need that. Need the Sierra. Don't necessarily need the Sierra chart web based trading because you guys see I always put in attached orders. So as long as those attached orders are being hosted server side, I wouldn't be too worried about it. So coming up on 11:42 my time. My kid, he's 3. He wakes up between 11:45 and 2 a.m. and goes and seeks out his parents' bedroom. So I might be interrupted here soon. If he comes out with his eyes half open, I'll carry him to the master bedroom and deposit him. And I have my office door closed. And I have a general rule: if my office door is closed, he's not allowed in. So he might be in instinct mode tonight. I'm like, oh no, I can't go in the office, but I hear Daddy. And then I have headphones on, so maybe I won't hear him. All right, Mr. Cop, have a good one. Interesting spot here, right before Europe here. Next 15-minute candle. Let's see how it pans out here. We'll retrace to the 12s, maybe the 11s. Maybe more downside. We'll see. This calls, doesn't it? 17. Interesting. Stops here. But struggling. Anyway, you do get an idea right away here. You get that action. So you could have had some chart points. ATR, 14 period ATR. About to expand again. I'm probably going to watch for 5 minutes at the Euro Open and that's it. Let's go see where Bitcoin and all that crypto is at here. I've got some scaled orders on those markets. All right. Excuse me. Bitcoin broke 45. It's great. Just broke it. So stops there. And let's see if we push back up into 45.2 or 45.3 and then get a rejection. Let's see. We haven't broken this level right now on volume yet on Bitcoin, so but anyway, Bitcoin has had a nice 1, 2, 3 waves up. Let's see if there are traders doubling down in this area. Wouldn't surprise me. Let's take a look. Nope. Oh, a few. See, I referred a fair amount of big traders to Binance. And so I just get paid commissions off of those, so I can see when these guys are buying. And some are buying here. They're big traders, but they're not always right. So it's a kind of an interesting indicator, isn't it? I see the commissions flow into my Binance account, and then I know what it's denominated in. Oh, there it is. I can't wait to see this European session open. I can't wait. The movement has been nothing short of entertaining. Sorry, I'm just looking. Oh, jeez. Look at how thin. Talking about just buying the book. Buying the book. Getting all the breakout traders and immediately selling. Just de-risking 8 to 12 points. That's creating momentum for an open where there's going to be volume soon here. Anyway, let's go back to that 15-minute chart here. Yeah, it's about an 8 or 9 second lag right now between the feed and the market, something like that. remember what I said about the European Open. What will these guys see when they look at this chart? Right? O, T, F, U. Anyway. See, we got the 12 that I was talking about. Right there. Yeah, 12.25. Nice candle. Alright, let's get back to the 5-minute. Look at the cumulative bid and ask volume here. It's kind of thick here. Anyway, we know 30 and a half. We know about 30 and a half, don't we? So let's see what happens. Is there enough liquidity to turn on the algo at the European Open? I think so. And then, so let's see. If you followed the stream 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, you didn't. Or the live stream into the close, you know what I'm talking about. The way that these institutional algos were just ripping. So let's see. See if there's enough liquidity. It's getting better as far as visible liquidity. All right, 2 minutes. Did I hear my kid? Let's see. All right. Now there's ATR over 6. Let's think about how's the FTSE and how's the DAX gonna open. There's China. Anyway, back to it. Let's take a look here. There's that liquidity. A little better. Oh, maybe we aren't giving it enough room. $20. Right there. 17.50. Nope. 11.9. Break that. Then we're off to the races. Oops. Oh man, I'm like done. Alright, I'm done. That's probably gonna run, but I'm done. I'm just too tired. Have a good one, people. Good luck trading the European session. Hope you guys all smash it. Take it easy.